soul. Why am I like this? Something's always amiss. Can't put my finger on it, but it's there. Wait for it to subside, but my mind won't apply. Waiting for the clear. Is it bad? Sometimes I like it when I lose control. There's something in it that's so beautiful. Listen, I can see the light of day, but I can also see the bones decay. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm doing my best not to run away. Sitting throwing rocks across the pavement, hoping it'll cave in and swallow me whole. Wondering how the world keeps on spinning, kinda scared of living when it unfolds. Hard to see the light when everything is dying, waiting for the clear. Thankful I'm alive, but terrified of dying. But hey, I'm still here. Is it bad? Sometimes I like it when I lose control. There's something in it that's so beautiful. Listen, I can see the light of day, but I can also see the bones decay. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm doing my best not to run away.
You're the night sky, trying to make me see your stars. But the dark gets lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. And the dark's all that I see when your stars have burnt out and your heart makes no sound. I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You're the night sky, hiding behind dark gray clouds. I can't figure you out now. I see your blue. There is so much cold in you, and the silence is so loud when you go. I just stay dancing with my shadow all day. Watch the time. I can't find the point where our two paths align. But you're the night sky. I'm trying to see your stars.
I'm counting on you to put me to sleep. Jesus. Jesus! No! You will stay awake. You will stay awake. I see you there in the chat. I see you. Also, I see Mina is kind of in there lurking somewhere. Thank you very much. I worked on that all day. I gave that at least, I don't know, 4 or 5 seconds thought. Oh, that's nostril view though. Hey, I've got good nostrils. What do you want from me? Come on. Come on. Get that sexy nostril stuff going on. I mean, it's a creative stream, so I had to be kind of creative. I mean, I'm sure Chancey that Dan has got just as flattering nostrils as I have. I mean, I'm not one to turn your head for, if I'm being totally honest. How are we all doing, guys? What's going on? Yeah, you better laugh. Yeah. How are we doing? Cup Feet, welcome. Guys, Cup Feet is actually my friend Alex, and we went to high school together. So yeah, she's from my hometown. So there you go. She has her own, he has his own Twitch channel for guinea pigs, which is kind of cool. I actually put one on the other day, and I was like, huh, guinea pigs. Yo! Wyndham Massive representing in the chat. And Mina's still being totally silent. What is a cup feed? What a great net. Good point. Good point. Apple, you just ask such ridiculous questions. We shall never know. Nice. Is it like one of these random Xbox tags which they give you? You know, back in the day when you started your Xbox account up, it just gave you just trash usernames. Like mine was Jointed Jam 1345 or something ridiculous. It might as well be. It might as well be. My Xbox is a risen train. Mine's still going strong. It's all going strong. The problem is with Xbox, obviously, is with live. It's just, it takes so much money to just play it online. Like, I love it, but probably if I was ever to get another console, it just wouldn't be. It would be a PlayStation. But now I've got my awesome streaming PC. I may never need to do that. Yeah. That's even better. Yes, so Cuppy, welcome to the crew. Generally, the way it rolls here is we chat absolute trash, and you watch me do some art. Some of the guys in the chat can be a bit quiet sometimes because they like to do their own drawing and whatever, their own little projects in the background, but we have fun. Sometimes we game, sometimes we don't. Tonight it's going to be a chill and, well actually from the sounds of this music it's going to be more like a rave than pain. But yeah, it's all going good. It's all going good. Let's have another little spy and see who's lurking. I think they're all bots. I think. But I still see Mina in here. She's lurking. She's lurking bad. Lurking bad. Beep bop. Boop. Beep boop. Alright, R2. I did a Star Wars. I don't get the random box. What do they even do? In essence, when I've been over to their channels, they analyze who has done stuff like they're just started streaming, or people who've got the most viewers in like the last 30 seconds or something stupid, and they actually show them on their own separate stream and have little weird links and stuff so that people can in essence find new people. Nobody actually ever watches them. I think the only people who watch them are the actual streamers who get the random bots in. So God knows what the hell like they're there for. There are a couple of Twitch official ones, but God knows. Meep Morp. I've never heard a robot go Meep Morp, if I'm being honest. Honestly. Guys, let me know, is the music too loud, too quiet? I had to change the settings a bit because this one is, I think it's got a slightly different volume on my end, so if it needs to be turned up a bit, let me know. If it needs to be turned down a bit, let me know. Tis Gucci. Gucci! Gucci! I felt like we needed something different from the elevator music and something different from the jazz music, if I'm being totally honest. Like, the elevator music was just driving me around a twist. I was using it just because it wasn't causing any copyright problems. The jazz one was, but only for like one track, which was ridiculous. For like a 4-hour stream, I was getting copyrighted on YouTube for like just 3 minutes. So hopefully, this one will do alright. But knowing my luck, it probably won't. Let's have another look-see. Yeah. So now there's actually 5 of you in here, but it's only showing 3 on my screen. I do love how this works. Anyway, so this is where we got up to last time, which, if I remember right, was something stupid like the beginning of December, before everything went totally tits up from my end. That bad rock music I played the other day got copyrighted. Did it? Did it? My wireless headphones just died, so now your voice shall infiltrate Dan's dreams. I mean, you guys actually watch the replays of my streams, so I'm pretty sure I'm in his dreams anyway. And we haven't gamed for a while either. Honestly, I did get a little bit tired of Dauntless. But, yeah. It's fine. It's better than David Attenborough. Also, this music. Man, I didn't even listen to all of this. Shame. Shame. Cool. Well, obviously you're in bed. Cupfeet is gaming. No, David! Apple, are you drawing something? Are you at... what is it today? It's Thursday. Are you studying? What's going on? You already said you're not really doing much, but... No, David! Could be worse. I mean, I could just troll the hell out of you and just start playing David Attenborough clips. I mean, technically it's art. It's an art form, I guess. Everybody goes silent. Just like, nah. Nah. Everything could be called a form of art, to be fair. That is very true. A truer word has never been said. Except Trump. Trump is not a form of art. I can confirm that. I checked. I'm not drawing anything at the moment, but I will later today. Chancey's left the chat. Chancey, don't leave the chat. I know it's 5 AM, but... Jesus. Thanks for saying hi, anyway. Stupid Australians. With bad sleeping patterns. My God. Yeah, so... This is how far we got before. It was way before Christmas, but like I said, life was difficult in December, but we are back, and we actually started before the stream totally died. I mean, if David appears. True. If David appears, you're more than welcome to disappear. It's not a problem for me. But yeah, we started colouring right before I called it a day. But yeah, because quite a few people wanted to know the process that I go through to get grayscale to colour, I thought we were going to go through it again today. Of course, as always, those people who actually keep requesting that I do it haven't turned up yet. Which seems to be a running joke at this point. But it's all good. But yeah, we've got our references over to the left here. Now, do you think, chat, overall, what colour should we do the armour? When I first started doing this, I kind of liked this yellowy, kind of brown leather style, which is what I started to go for there. Or shall we do something slightly more metallic? Bit like that, or maybe even the gold. I know that's a bit blurry, you can't really see it, but pink. This is why you're not allowed in the chat, right? Okay, this is why you watch on YouTube. Maybe a bit metallic. Yeah. Don't you cry. It's your own fault that you're nocturnal. A bit metallic. Nice, I mean, like I said, I quite often go my own way with this. I could potentially do a little bit of both. I could kind of do these kind of outliney bits in the gold. Maybe these kinds of bits, etc. Just to give it that little bit of layering. Maybe go half-half. I don't know. I think a light metallic would look pretty cool. You mean kind of like a silver? Like this kind of thing? Or a grungy texture there. You've literally all just said totally different things. Jesus, guys. Jesus. Grungy textured layer. Leather. Yeah, so we've got one says metallic, one says light metallic, and one says leather. I'm just going to sit here and not do nothing until you make your minds up. Because I'm not making my mind up. God forbid. Naked. I'm not redrawing the whole thing so that he's naked. I mean, I know it's Revan and he's goddamn sexy, but Jesus. Yes! Yes! Just sit there for 4 hours. Just a bit of flesh. Well, I mean, that's the thing with Revan. There is literally no flesh. Oh god. Maybe I just kind of break that area there. Kind of do the whole Darth Vader broken mask thing with the eye popping out. Just a bit of slash. Just a bit of slash. Yeah. Gotta love a bit of slash. Nice. Okay, so probably what I'll do then. So I'm just gonna get rid of that. And that will actually allow me to... I could do these kinds of bits in the leather. That would be quite nice. But I'll go ahead and do the cloak and what have you first. Just to get started. It is officially proven that he's sexy now. Thank you. You are welcome. Nothing like a sexy... a sexy hunt of... hunk. A sexy hunk of slash. T-shirt it. Fancy, you're a rep in the Discord. Write it in the rep ideas log. So I sadly have to go already. I'll try to come back later. You didn't even say hi. Hi, Mina. Bye, Mina. See you later, Mina. I'd buy a slightly leveling of slim. God. Right, I'm going to leave you guys to this whilst I just start getting on with this. Yeah, Alex, just be aware that because we're quite a multicultural group of artists, there's a lot of slandering of each other's accents that goes on in this community. So Applehead is in fact a bit of a hillbilly, from what I'm understanding, from the other Americans. Take that as you will. Not that, you know, we aren't. But they don't know that, so don't tell them. Yeah, so, as always, just going to quickly go ahead and select these little areas. And what I always like to do in this situation, just to give that little bit of contrast, I personally prefer to kind of do two separate colours for, let's say, the hood and the cloak compared to the rest of the body robes. and it just gives that little touch of contrast so that it doesn't look too boring on the final piece. Squad ride? What do you mean, oh my god? What happened? By the way, what tablet do you use to draw? Do you recommend it? Yes, it is a Huion GT220 version 2. I think the link of it is actually on my Instagram bio, in my link tree. But it's an older model, so it was about 300 when I got it. It's changed my art completely. I love it. The squad, right? You've just come in. You've not said hello, nothing. You've just said, "Oh my god, what happened? Tell me." Pudilataki. Critical question: if someone asked you to draw a portrait of Boris, would you do it? Yes, and then I would probably graffiti the fuck over the top of it. Thank you for your Streamly troll. I appreciate it. You're always welcome. Yeah. I assume you're now going to disappear again, like you do every week. Hope you're doing good, man. I love the fact of all the people that we went to Teleperformance with, you know, all those lovely creative people, I'm the one that just constantly gets trolled. I'm laughing at the part about accents. That's cool. It's cool, don't worry. It's cool. Lots of love, Ollie, man. Peace out, bro. Stay if you want. No problem. But I appreciate your trolling. Yeah, squad right. We've got Australians, we've got Brits, we've got Greeks, we've got people from South America. We've got everybody. So, you know, it's just a big old, you know, merge of accents. And generally, I'm the one that gets taken the piss out of the most. Unless we're playing a game, in which case I do rip into the Australians quite a lot. It's all in good fun. True. G'day, mate. It's nearly fucking morning, mate. Get out of bed, mate. Jancy. For Christ's sake. Stop gaming. That was terrible. I'm sorry. Drawing some shit out the outback. You know? The entire chat has gone quiet. And I apologise for nothing. A for effort. A for Australian effort. It's a double A. Double A effort. Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate it. Whenever I try to do an accent, it just turns back to my normal voice and it upsets me every time. To be fair though, right, the Norfolk accent is quite difficult to break, especially if you're pretty broad. Like, I'm fortunate that because I've lived away for so long, it only kind of comes back when I'm with family, but we've got that awkward twang, which kind of just keeps going in every accent that we do. What I really want is like a Welsh artist to turn up in the Discord so that I can take the piss out of them. Australian. Yeah, Australian. I'm not even going to ask. Yas Queenian. Yeah, don't even ask. Hanging around with all you flipping women has got me saying yas and queen way too much. Although part of that might have been the Ugandan knuckles meme. What can I say? And I got very little feedback, constructive feedback on that. I know it was a mean piece of art, but come on guys. It's Ugandan knuckles. That's hardly not true. True. Though Jailer does it sometimes as well. Every time I see Jailer post something on a story, it's always something about queens. I'm like, Jay, shut up. Oh yeah, by the way, people in the Discord, I know Annie disappeared quite quickly yesterday, but she will be back. It's quite a busy period here with all of the lockdowns, and she's obviously going back to work, so she doesn't have a huge amount of time to keep up with everything, so she'll be about. It's a shame really, because she was looking forward to doing the studies with us, but she won't be able to do as many as she wanted. But that is life. Yes, Queen! What do you mean to say? Jesus. You're in bed. You're doing literally nothing. Yeah. I still can't believe you've actually stayed up this late. All for me. Oh, I mean it's responsible. Yeah, okay, fine. That's alright, you can respond to Apple. So you're probably not listening. Oh, by the way, Apple. I have set my channel to auto-host your channel every time that you stream. So, hopefully it might help you just a little bit. It's just my little way of saying thank you for everything. I can assure you I'm not staying up on purpose. Fair enough. It's fair enough. Give me a second. Not quite sure what happened to the music there. I hate it when it does that on the playlist. I mean, what time do you guys normally get up in the morning? I say morning, figuratively. I mean, I think you probably get up in our morning rather than yours. You're like, good morning, Matt. I don't know what that means, but it sounds very kind of you. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, brother. This is not the way of the devil. Between 10 and 2 p.m. That is the way of the devil. You should not be doing that, my queen. No queen. Oh yes, by the way, newbies. Dead memes. Dead memes everywhere. Dead memes are the way. The way of the unemployed, my brother. No problem, my queen. I understand this very well. Yeah, it's a difficult time for everybody at the minute, isn't it? Nobody knows what the hell to do. Spend all this time gassing. At some point, I may actually get all of this selected. Oh yeah, also I love the way that obviously I did that poll on the fact that Battlefront is now for free and that we should make our own little squadron, and within the first 2 minutes I got 3 responses, right? And after that, for the entire 4 hours or something stupid, I've not got one. It's like, what the fuck? Has anybody seen that old Raichu Pikachu Pichu P meme? What in the earth is that? If you can find it, link it in the chat. I'll bring it up on the screen. Or maybe put it on the Discord. Because I have absolutely no idea what the hell is going on with this. Or what the hell it is, rather. Right. So that's cool, that looks pretty selected. So now, what I need to do is right click and create the copy. So in essence, I have just that available. It's always worth putting it in its own folder, just because I'm fussy and it gets complicated if I don't, so let's go with that. Possibly. I don't think it all age friendly though. True. I mean, Twitch wouldn't come after me, would they? Such a lovely person. What time is it there, Chansey? Tell us, Chansey. So we're gonna quickly, when it's a really dark sort of black colour, I never like to put it totally black. I like to go somewhere between this blue and purple colour kind of hue and do a really dark, vaguely desaturated colour over the top, and then just experiment. So I'm going to create a clip-in mask on that, fill it in. Now obviously that colour might have to change, but we'll see. I would normally go for a hard light. That's not too bad, is it? It's alright for a start. 5 AM. Good morning, Matt. Apple, don't worry, she's nocturnal. Yeah. She'll be fine. It's a race between watching the streamer and failing to put me to sleep. I mean, do both. As long as you leave the stream on, it counts as a viewer. That's all I can ask. By the way, Alex, just out of interest, why were you interested in finding out about the tablet? Obviously, friends on Facebook, so we can have a chat about it some other time, but here now, so might as well. Again, I think that's actually not bad. I might do a slightly darker layer over the top. Maybe even darker than that. Let's just see. If I change these blending modes. If you keep doing these one over the top of each other, eventually you'll find one. And if I do a multiply maybe, you'll be able to find one which just darkens those shadows without doing too much damage to the lights. So that's always something I recommend doing it. I've bought in the past, want to get into it, but the one I try aren't great and they just frustrate me. It's fair enough. Tablets are difficult to buy, honestly. I spent like months and months and months researching which ones were the best to buy. Yeah. It's the thing, mine in the end was actually on sale, and it cost me 350 quid, so chancy God knows how much that is in Australia, and I assume it's about 600-700. After that, I'm done interrupting. What interrupting? It's fine. It's called paint and chill for a reason. We get to chill out. I'm just going to briefly put this onto Photoshop for a second whilst I open this. To see if this is age friendly. Well, it was quite a while back, mid to low range. I think the latency etc. wasn't hard to stretch. Yeah, that's always a tricky one, especially if it's a cheap knockoff kind of brand. or whatever. And I've also seen there's been quite a lot of scams recently. You've probably seen other YouTubers speaking about this, that there's a lot of Facebook scams going on at the minute about really cheap tablets. I hope nobody in here is stupid enough to actually kind of fall for it. But yeah, people are basically selling, in essence they're selling what looks to be a tablet, but if you look closely in the adverts you can see it's actually 15 different tablets, different boxes, and they've just stolen YouTubers' artworks to sell it in the advertisement. And when you buy it, they don't actually send you anything, and they just hope that you don't cancel. Oh yeah, I've seen a load of products, the Shopify fake thing. Yeah, these ones seem to be specifically on Facebook, and they've got like their own website and everything, but they seem to be, especially now during lockdowns, I think because a lot of people have started getting back into art because of the lockdowns, they've really been capitalising on people wanting to buy cheap sort of tablets and whatever. Anyway, let's put this here. You can go away as well. Let's have a look and see what the hell this is. I'm not even going to ask. Oh my word. Thank you, Apple. Appreciate that. That was totally worth everybody's time. I'm traumatized. This is the way, my brothers. The way of the right shoe. The way of the right shoe, my brothers. Right, let's go ahead and switch over to Photoshop just to get this full screen. Yeah, so the reason we like Applehead is because her humour is just as nuts as everybody else's. And you can tell she's going to make a cracking comic one day, purely for the fact that she's just totally insane. Dan and I got one together for 850 Aussie dollars, but we aren't good at... Yeah, you're right. You guys are terrible. You're welcome. Ugh. Well, there goes all of the people who are watching. Never mind. Thank you, Apple. I generally win. That is also true. But then again, you were the artist. I suppose it is easier to, because Dan does a lot of 3D stuff, doesn't he? So, I would suppose it is probably easier to do 3D sculpting and stuff on a tablet. I don't know, I've never actually tried it. We do need to, at some point, make an art hub game. Just as a team. And see how trashy it is. So we need to keep a log of all of the memes which we have. And then just blurt them all out into some crappy game. He has assignments to catch up on. But when he's done, he does want to get into sculpting with it. Yeah. Because he knows how to use stuff like Blender and whatever quite well, doesn't he? I mean, again, you can see from my painting process, I'm not going to go through it again now, but like sculpting is almost half of what this painting cycle is anyway, so it's something that you can kind of take inspiration to do, even if you're painting. As I've seen loads of videos when people sculpt in VR, and I can't tell if that's going to be like more tricky or less, in all honesty. I said that to them when I first saw your process. A lot of people have said that, honestly, because obviously I start with pretty much black in terms of silhouette, and then I just keep using the light in order to go over in layers and build up form, etc. I mean, with my comic-y stuff, I've stopped doing it so much because it took quite a lot of time. But definitely with painting, it's my preferred way of doing it because it just allows you to build up form so much more. And Alex, I will show you roughly what we're talking about in a bit. I'm just going to try and get this layer fixed up first. I don't want to lose all of this, all of this selection. I would keep talking through this like I normally do, but you know, it's the this is the boring part. There's not really much to explain. Some of the first timers last week couldn't quite believe it. They were like, "Oh my god, how does he talk for 4 hours straight?" And I'm like, "It's no problem, my brothers. I speak for hours, my brothers. I'm here for your entertainment, my brothers." Brothers. Hospitality experience. I think that's the Norfolk in you. Honestly, I'm not sure. Maybe. But Chancey's also right. Like I said last week, it's definitely the fact that I worked behind bars for so long, so I'm used to listening to total crap all day, every day. And having to speak with people all day, every day for like 12 hours or something stupid. So it kind of puts it into perspective that a 4-hour stream isn't really that long. Especially when you're talking about something you actually enjoy, rather than the trash that people throw at you across bar. Oh, you know, that Brexit stuff, proper great, lad. Like, die. Die horribly. With love, obviously, but... When you said you worked behind bars just now, I thought you meant a jail for a second. Well, I mean... Who knows? Who knows? I mean, I'm sure there are places where prison inmates are allowed to go and have a party every now and again. Actually, that's a total lie. I mean, actually, in the art dungeon, obviously we have our bar, so that makes sense, and that's coming back on Saturday. I'll post about that tomorrow. But yeah, trust Applehead to, you know, assume that I'm a convict. Especially when we've got an Australian in the chat. And I'm the convict. Me. Hey, Chancey. Top Aussie banter. Well, the thing is, she doesn't like cricket, so I can't get her with that. I'm not sure if she's... I don't think she likes any sports. I can't remember. We talked about this before, but I don't remember exactly. Screw it. We'll do that separately. So yeah, let's copy that. Put it in another group. Rubs. I said ribes, but we know what it is. So, in essence, yeah. So the way that in essence I do this process, so I put like a little sketch down. I start to fill absolutely everything in with black. Then just slowly, I start adding bits of white, little bits of lighter grey, etc. You can see slowly, just by keeping on rendering, and just keep on mixing the paints, in essence, you end up with something that looks like that. And then from that base, you then can start adding your colour. So yeah, that's in essence what we were talking about in terms of sculpting. Obviously it's easier to see when I'm actually doing it live, but that's the basic principle. Does League of Legends Worlds count as a sport? I'm sure in some circles it does. I mean, I don't see why it wouldn't. I'm sure you guys go through some real exertion. Your heart beats really fast, and I guess that counts as cardio. Who knows? That's bugging me. Yeah, you keep laughing. You keep laughing, but you know it's true. It's true. Nice. So for this, I'm going to go with a slightly lighter colour, but I can always change it later. So again, with a hard light. For me, that looks a little bit too light. I don't know how you feel. The thing is, see, the difficulty with this process is at this point it never looks quite like how it's going to at the end. So I'm tempted just to leave it for now. Move on and do something else. There's no greater adrenaline rush than being harassed by 12-year-old boys. See, 12-year-old boys are probably the most sexist people on the planet. That's the thing. Everybody constantly arguing on the internet about, you know, sexism and racism and all this sort of stuff. I'm pretty sure the majority of it is coming from 12-year-old boys who don't have anything better to do. And they're causing the whole world to go into total meltdown. Damn those 12-year-old boys. Damn them. They are. Says the 12-year-old girl. Nah, we know you're like 16. It's fine. I guess. He says. We find out that she's now like 5. Keyword girl. G-U-U-U-R-L. 60. 16. 16. She's different. And I don't expect to ever see the words precious and apple again in the same sentence. Thank you very much, Jancy. See what I mean? Just putting that darker layer on top and just playing with the light, it's really brought out those shadows. Which, ironically, I've actually missed one there, but Actually, I'm 10. Get it right. No. Trust me, with your sense of humour, you are not 10 years old. Apple Bro? Potentially. Where is Apple Bro? We haven't seen Apple Bro in ages. I'm allergic to apples. Of course you are. You're allergic to goddamn everything. You're allergic to Dan. Now here comes that great part where I need to colour pick because I was a fucking idiot. No, I don't. What am I talking about? It's all gone wrong, guys. I'm getting in a model for no reason. What I need to do is make a copy of that. No, not a cut. Oh my word. Come on, Ollie. Pick up the pace. There we go. Allergic to life. That works. I mean, at least you're not allergic to guinea pigs. Or, as we like to call them, guinea bros. I know, you know, toxic male over here. You know, everything's about that masculinity. You know, they're not called guinea pigs anymore, they're called guinea bros. Amen, sister. Amen. Yeah. I haven't seen Harleen in one of these streams for a while. Maybe I pissed him off with my toxicness. I wish I could show you all one's asleep in his little guinea pig bed. Are you assuming their gender? Yes, I fucking am. Yes, I am. Uni? You mean he went all the way over there and he hadn't even applied for uni yet? Neat. Well, at least he's doing it now. Although, I think, from memory, Cardiff is a nice uni, so... They do have massive guinea testicles. Twitch is always listening. Testicles. Testicles. Now... Looks like nothing wrong with playing with this opacity a bit, just to desaturate some of it. Again, you don't want it too dark, otherwise it's going to bugger up the rest of the piece. Again, kind of looking at it now, you look at the softness of this and then you look at the mask and it's almost too light. So I'm probably going to go ahead. See. Does it work better with the lights or without the lights? Or is it fine as it is? What do you think? Oh my gosh, that's news that I didn't know. Indeed. I read Indeed actually says I needed. Good job, Ollie. Also, the stream stopped. I don't know if it's just me. Stream's all good here. I changed my mind. He probably should have slightly glitter arm. Screw you. Yeah, Apple, I feel as though there might be something wrong with your internet, because whenever you've streamed, I've not been able to connect. I've never seemed to have had a problem my end. Nobody's ever... And actually, I've asked a few times before. Since I've upgraded my PC, I've not had any problems. I'm assuming she's gone, because the viewer count's just gone down. Okay. Beck. Yeah, so I was just talking to myself there, not you. Yeah. Cheers, Apple. Thanks. Thanks for telling me you left. That's, Hi, Beck. How are you doing today, Beck? How's it going, Beck? screw it, we'll leave it as is. We can always make some edits to it later. Yeah, you know what I'm feeling? That being metallic rather than leather. I think it works better with the kind of the dark blue. Hi! How's it going, Beck? Is everything good, Beck? God damn it. God damn it. Yeah, I don't think Twitch wants to let me get affiliate, because there's definitely like 4 of you in here, but it's only showing 2. The silver works in the blue toned cape. Yes, true. But, of course, I am also now about to add red down the bottom here as well. So, probably what the best thing to do is just leave it until I've done the whole lot. So when I've done all of the other colours, might make a little bit more sense. That's what I'm feeling anyway. So if I just switch back to full screen, I mean, looking at it, again, it's down a bit to interpretation. So actually, it's only that middle bit that's red, isn't it? I kind of just need to do more of a rough texture on these bits, shoulder blades. Or you could do like copper and make the cape more neutral. Interesting. I think I'm going to steer clear of the brown. I mean, for the armor, what I generally try to do is I get what you mean about the copper. I kind of go somewhere in between. It's more like a bronze pushing gold. That's what I normally do with Revan. I was just experimenting with that brown, honestly, just to see if I could get it looking in some way. Good with the leather, but if I can't, I can't. It's not a big issue. What I'm just going to try and do here, because I've just realised I've been total numpty and these parts are actually black as well. Just going to cut them out. I'm going to add them to the cape texture in behind. Let's see if that works. I'm in a cutting mood today, I don't know what's going on. If I add that to the cloak layer and reattach it all, it kind of works. Yeah, I don't need to be too fussy about these little cut out bits yet, honestly, because I'm going to go over it with another layer of paint anyway. Yeah, like I said, I might just keep on going with what I'm doing at the minute and just leave the armor till last, just so I can figure out if it needs details, if it needs to be a mix. Because again, like on this reference, you can kind of see there's the silverish at the top there, and you've also almost got that kind of coppery gold in with it as well, so... Yes. Yes. The swig. On fourth. Yes, Chaphat. On fourth indeed. Forward. Yon fourth. Your fourth? Who's fourth? May the yon fourth be with you? Is that a thing? I don't know. Beck, you're speaking crap. Stop speaking crap, Beck. And you know, I've been a total idiot there as well. See, this is what happens when I'm streaming. I lose concentration. So I actually need to go ahead and remove these, because it's actually a part of the red part underneath. So let's give that another go. Is that even a word? It is now. Damn freaking straight. Always use your references, children. Always use your references. Even if you're drawing something totally different. It's always slightly difficult with cloth. Because vivid light always makes it too much. Soft light is way too little. Overlay works. Of course, I'm going to add a wee bit of highlight a bit later. And again, as I do the robe, I keep looking up at the mask and thinking, yeah, that red's not quite right. I mean, it's a difficult balance, because you kind of, again, look at this reference and you can see you've almost got that desaturated darker red down the bottom there, but the helmet it's not quite that red, but it is slightly more towards kind of the red to orange spectrum. So let's see if we can figure that out. Is that all of it? I mean, I can always do it again, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to duplicate it. Put this one right to the very bottom, in case I need it later. We're going to merge and play around with it a bit, because why not? Children? Yes, children. Applehead is child. What do you want from me? What about a maroon colour? Explain. You mean kind of like a reddish brown? I swear to God, Chansey, if one of the mods was in here, I would order them to kick you out. Unfortunately, the one and only mod I've got actually hasn't been in a stream since I've started since I kind of relaunched, so bless him. Does that work a bit better? Tick. What are we thinking? The first one or the second one? 1 or 2? No, you wouldn't. Oh, no, you wouldn't. I flipping would, and you know it. Them sweet, sweet views. Yeah, okay. Alright. Gotta appreciate the sweet, sweet views. 222. I didn't give you an option of 222. I gave you an option of 1 or 2. There is no 220-second option, Apple. 2 all the way. Neat. Team 2. Well, seeing as though you're the only person voting, I'll go with that. 2 yeah. 2 yeah. 2. Nice. Nice. Okie dokie, so next up we've got the gloves. Again, on different pieces, he's got different gloves. I was kind of going to go for this kind of feeling. The black underneath. Chat lag. What do you mean chat lag? Who chat lagged? Did I chat lag? Did you chat lag? Who knows? Somebody chat lagged. Damn, there's some dubstep in this as well. Jesus. I really need to rename the stream to Dubstep and Paint. It's a kind of wine. Châtelet. Châtelet. There's Leica. Is there? That's good to know. I appreciate your input. Thank you for letting me know. I've been released early, now for full chat. Oh wow, there is a lag. Is there? So is it a 30-second lag from when you type and press enter to when I see it, to when it pops up on screen? Because I'm not getting anything. But the stream itself is fine. Just on chat. I would love to drink some Châtelet. That is weird that it's only on the chat and not actually on the stream. Maybe it's something Twitch sent. Yeah, the stream's fine. Just popping up a bit later on the replay thing. Oh, the thing at the top there. I'm just going to watch it for a second. If somebody sends a message. You're now not going to send any messages. No, assuming. Actually, you see, again, on my screen it's odd because it's come up on my chat. Not the stream chat, but... Well, in fact, yeah, it's come up on both of them at the same time, so I'm not quite sure what's going on there. Test message. Weird. Maybe it's something in regards to Twitch itself. I said that after you said you're now not going to get any messages. I did it on purpose because I knew I was 30 seconds ahead. Just a simple man trying to make my way through the Twitchiverse. But I can't because the fucking chat is lagging. Took about 30 seconds. It's bizarre. I mean, I could reset the chat, see if it makes any difference. See, we're just gonna lose the messages. Because I've got the button on Streamlabs, which allows me to reset the chat. Might be worth a shot. Fudge. Want to do that? No, screw it, I don't. Might get some work done now. You haven't even been to sleep yet, woman. Jesus. But if you do that, that means you can stay in the stream. So, there you go. Put me on in the background with that sweet, sweet view. It's fine, guys. We're just in the Twitch future. You are. No biggie. No biggie. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah. Yes, maybe I will. Because I'm not seeing any messages. But to be fair, we've not done too bad. Since we're all so delayed. Yeah, I'll tell you what. I'm just going to quickly refresh the chat. Just to see if it makes any difference. Okay, go again now. Test. Are you... Everybody's flipping colour on my screen has changed, but sure. Test. Are you gasp? Bit quicker. Nope. Weird. Yeah, again, that doesn't really make much sense, for being honest. I've not got a stream buffer on or anything which is causing it to be 30 seconds behind. Plus it was working fine at the beginning, wasn't it? I think. Unless it's been like this the entire stream and nobody was, you know, telling me. I don't know. Damn, I love how we've been going for an hour and 10 minutes already. That actually flew. No, only recent. Okay. Well, in which case, it can't be something on my end if the stream is working fine, so... Otherwise, it would have been doing it the entire time. He says. It turns out to be something on my computer. Whoa, that's a bit dark. And that is a bit saturated. My word. Let's play around. See, this is the great thing, right? So I'm just playing around to try and get the right shade of black. Have you ever heard of that? Probably Twitch's end. Yes, if in doubt, blame the paymasters. Screw it, it's fine. And the other part which needed to be slightly darker was these bits, wasn't it? Although, I could make that a part of the armour. Though technically it isn't. They're kind of leathery straps, aren't they? Yeah, they are. Okay, bad idea. Chill the fuck out. Oh, by the way, Chancey, have you got any art that you're doing for tomorrow, or? Like everybody says, you're always the person who somehow manages to post as soon as everyone wakes up or is on lunch. Oh. Darkness. Gotta go and make some munch. See you guys later. Cheers for turning up, Alex. See you in a bit. Bon appetit. Enjoy your châtelard. I posted today. I don't know, maybe you post every day. At one point it felt like you were. It wasn't quite as bad as my posting every 2 days. Posting twice a day phase. That was insane. Even I couldn't believe I was going through so much flipping art. I mean, jeez. Never. No, so today is a gaming day, I'd assume. I aim for every 3 days. That's pretty good, to be fair. That is pretty much the optimal, time. Well, the optimal amount of times to post a week, I think, in terms of actual posts. So I think it's between 1 and 3. Not that it makes any difference at the minute anyway, because the whole thing's so overcrowded. Again, I know it was lovely that lockdown got so many people into art, but it kind of also hit exactly the wrong time, because it's kind of, because there's so much of it now, it's almost killed. It's oversaturated it so much that it's really difficult to get seen at this point. But again, it's weird, my DeviantArt is still going up. So like on Instagram, of course, after let's say a day or so, you stop getting likes for a post. Whereas that Boba Fett painting that I did, even today, I still got about 4 or 5 likes on it. It's mad. I read somewhere that when you post daily, sometimes Instagram can flag you as spamming and reduce reach. That would not surprise me. It may have been what happened to me, honestly. Because again, I went from loads of growth to absolutely none whatsoever. And it's just funny that it coincided with such a big milestone, obviously being 1,000. But now loads and loads of people have kind of overtaken me, and it's kind of depressing. I noticed it during Inktober Mermaid. The thing is, once you've got a shadow ban, like, it's really difficult to get it off. Like, I don't think you can you can kind of get back in the good book slightly, but I don't think you can ever shake it. Which is a shame, because if you have a creative burst, then why not post it? But why kind of delay everything? But equally, I can understand on their end why they, especially not necessarily for artists, but as let's say, a social media as a whole, I can understand their point of view of if you post too many times in one day, it is quite possibly gonna be spam. I mean, that's one of the things which does get on my nerves a little bit about, let's say, artists on Instagram sometimes whinging about stuff. It's like, well, you can see the reason why they're doing it. Like, artists aren't the only people on Instagram. There are, like, hundreds and thousands of jobs and different sects and whatever. It's like, just because artists want something for Instagram, it's not going to happen. They're not really going to listen. We're probably like 1% of the entire platform. So, it's not really in their interests to listen to us. But for example, with the stuff which has happened at the end of this year, it kind of is, because from what I'm understanding, the problem has been with everybody, no matter what business you're in, no matter what trade, no matter what you're trying to do, the reach has been horrendous. My account is over 3 years old, and I think my growth has been so slow because Instagram figured it was an inactive account. But again, you know what? I've said it before. My account was exactly the same. Because I've had mine for, it must be 3 to 4 years now. I've only been posting the last 12 months, really. Yeah, like, the thing was, I wasn't posting, let's say, at the optimal time, or, you know, using the greatest hashtags, or anything like that. That was something which I learned about much later, when I finally kind of twigged and thought, okay, I need to kind of look into this now, to get my work out there a bit. And I think that was basically because I got to the stage of my job where it's just like, I don't want to do this anymore. I'd rather draw for a living. But of course, so then from the year where I started taking that more seriously, I did get a fair amount of growth. It's just then the last, let's say, 6-7 months, that's where things have got a little bit tougher again. But again, I'm starting to think it's because not only do we have stuff like Reels and everything taking up so much more space on feeds, so inevitably you're getting pushed down even further on the sort of like the latest post list and the trending list and whatever. But equally, there's so many more people using the same hashtags. So I think it's all a little bit more complicated than Instagram hates us. Instagram hates creatives. It's like, they don't, it's just it wasn't designed specifically for us, so. And a lot of, to be fair, when a lot of these updates come out and they start affecting everybody, that's when they need to sort of back off and change it a bit. Right, so these bits can be kind of leathery. Yes. I'm pretty sure that's the face that you're making there, right? Zoom this out a little bit. If it will let me, which it doesn't seem to want to. Come on, Photoshop. Do something. There we go. I don't know what it is with Photoshop. Sometimes it's just like, no, you're not zooming. No. Please refrain from zooming, my brother. Please refrain from zooming. Now this is always a difficult one to choose as well. I think I'm going to go for an overlay just to get that colour out. And slightly desaturate it. Because I think soft light is just too desaturated. Photoshop says no. No. No, 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 no. Why am I looking at this? God awful. It's better. Oh, hold on. Gotta sneeze. Right, that happens every time I need to sneeze on stream. Right, I say, oh, I've got to sneeze. I mute everything and then it just doesn't come. And then I sneeze after. Just be wary, because the microphone's right there. This might sound gooey. And that's... even that area, that's quite dark, isn't it? Maybe once I've done that, things will start to make a bit more sense. There you have it, the invisible sneeze. You gotta love it, folks. You have. You've gotta love it. Gotta love it. I don't know what it is with these streams, right? But there always seems to be really few people. Like, there's a few people at the beginning. Then, around this time, it sort of dies off. And then, right towards the end, like, loads of people suddenly turn up. It's happened, like, every stream. I feel bad, because I don't want to do it any later. Because then the Aussies can't see it. Mother Dearest has delivered more drugs. Huzzah! Huzzah! Yeah, not those kind of drugs. I mean, there might be those kind of drugs. I mean, it is Australia. Nobody sleeps in this house. That is quite depressing, actually. Leather. Doing the leather, my brothers. Yes, my brother. Like I said, maybe if Dan wakes up, he can take over responsibility. Prescribe. Oh. Thank you, Chansey. Chansey! Yeah, was it you? I can't remember. This just popped into my head and I have no idea why. Was it you that sent me the, it was either the GIF or the YouTube video of the actual Pokemon Chansey slapping Nurse Joy's ass? Was it you? There's so much stuff in that series which is so adult. And it's hilarious. I rewatched it as like an adult. And I was like, damn, there's some stuff in here. Some absolute smut. Bit like Dragon Ball. There's some absolute smut in Dragon Ball as well. Yes. Geef. Geef. And funnily enough, soft light actually works quite nicely there. It's just that little bit darker, but it brings out those highlights. Geef. Get out of it. Let's call that Roop. I bet you in the second half of the stream, right, people are going to turn up and go, oh no, I missed the colouring again. And I'm going to be like, yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. And it's your own fault. Now, I think, looking at this, now that that block colour is in, it makes a little bit more sense. And I'm going to go for that kind of both silvery and bronzy kind of gold feel. Just to kind of mix it up a bit, because otherwise it's just gonna look like loads of different block colours. I think it's going to be a bit boring if I just do it all one colour. So, yes. So let's say we're gonna go around these kind of edgy bits. I feel like, and again, I think as though they can binge it later. You say that. I think you guys are the only people. No, actually, to be fair, there is a few views on the streams, which I find a little bit strange. Like on YouTube. I assumed it was just you guys, but... Apple have gone totally dead. Apple, are you still alive? Speak to us, Apple. Ironically, I think out of the two of you, Apple's the one that's gone to sleep. Or she's busy reporting you to the police for drug use. I live. We didn't ask you that. We don't care whether you live or not. We want to know if you're asleep. I'm pretty sure sleep typing is a thing. Huzzah! Huzzah! Yep. High quality content. I don't know why I'm being so precise here, because this bit's bloody metal as well. By the way, can you hear gunshots in the background? By any chance? Damn, random thought though. I think I want to make... I think I want to wake Rice Krispie treat balls. I mean, if they don't mind being woken up so early, then why not? But I hear that Rice Krispie treat balls are absolutely foul first thing in the morning before they've had their coffee, so I can't really, you know, tell you what to do there. Sorry, can't really offer any advice. Come again? It's that GIF, isn't it? If you read it again, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Or you probably won't. Which is also good. Gunshots? No, it's because parents have got the TV on next door. And there's like loads of guns going off. I was just wondering if you guys could hear it. If not, then good. Although I will say, if I ever stream on a public holiday in Greece, you may actually hear gunshots. Especially on this island. Because they let off their pistols to celebrate stuff like New Year's and weddings and Easter and going to the supermarket and all sorts of, you know, the big celebrations. Oh yeah, yeah. No, if you go down to the supermarket and walk around the car park, there is going to be at least one van which has got like a bullet hole in the windscreen. They've cracked down on it a little bit more now. It was a lot worse when I was a kid, but... But it's weird. Like, yeah, you can get a gun license. It's really difficult to. You can get a gun license here. It's really difficult to do so. But, like, there's no problems because nobody actually uses them. They're just kind of there for ornamental purposes. And then you kind of look at the States and go, how are you guys in such a bad way with everything? How are you guys still alive? The idiots can't, like, handle using them. Then don't give them the fucking license. Americans and their guns, Aussie and their fireworks. The British and their tea cakes. Or as we call them, scones. Scones. Was that a breakfast cake? I don't know. Americans scare me. I don't consider myself one though. To be fair, when I was young, I never considered myself British. It's only when people started telling me, "Oh, you're British," I was just kind of like, "Yes, it's easier. Yes, I'm from that fucking country." And now I just kind of treat it as a meme. So, if you hate something about yourself, treat it as a meme, wear it as armor, and people will never be able to hurt you with it. But what I always used to say to people, kind of like, I don't consider myself American, I don't consider myself British, I don't consider you American or you Australian, I consider you people. And that's pretty much the way it should be. I don't consider you black, I don't consider you white, I don't consider you male or female, I consider you person. And there is as many arseholes. A true Lannister. Then I am a meme in itself. Thank you for the advice. You are most welcome. My name is Ollie. This has been my TED Talk. I love how that has even become a meme as well. TED Talk. If humanity creates like anything, I'm pretty sure there's a meme about it. See, this is the fun part about later in the process. I don't need to be quite as picky with where I'm grabbing because I've got so many layers ahead of it. dokey, so that's done. That's going to be kind of silvery. We're getting there. We're getting there slowly. Now those inside bits, I might just leave those gold as well. Yes! Yes! But yeah, it's cool. Now if I zoom in, I'm just going to quickly change back over to full screen again. Fortunately, I've got the lightsaber here, and it's all pretty much silver, which is cool. I'm head off, she'll binge the rest later, have fun. Thank you for coming, my Aussie friend. Take it easy. Say hi to Dan for me. Bye. I actually still can't believe you stayed up for so long. Yeah, if I look at the lightsaber, it's kind of a mix of black and silver, isn't it? So again, I'm just going to do it the same silver as I'm going to do the rest of the armor, or the highlights in the rest of the armor, just because it's nice to have, you know, you want to have a few bits of different color, but you don't want it all to be totally different. So quite often, let's say if there's silver highlight on something or something metallic on the costume, I always like to make sure that, say if there's a weapon or whatever, it has hints that in it as well. So but yeah, Apple, it's strange. Every time I do anything vaguely in regards to Revan, it ends up just you and me, and nobody else turns up. So maybe this is a lost cause. Everybody came for the studies. But the ones which people actually beg me and ask me to do, nah, they never turn up. But if there is anybody else watching, because I see there's a few people in here, hello? I'm Ollie Draws, and I pretend to be an artist on the internet. Pretty badly, as well. Again, what have I done here? It's almost like these areas need to be quite black, and those ones need to be this. I'm just an always there and somewhat reliable friend. I appreciate your always there and somewhat reliable friendship. It makes one very happy. What? What? What have I done here? Let's see how we're doing. See, this is always when you get into these finicky parts, and yes, I did just say finicky. Take the piss out of me all you like. It always takes a goddamn age to select everything. But yeah, we've got another just over 15 minutes till break. Which is always good. I think that's everything selected. So let's copy that as well. It's not too bad. And for that kind of silvery colour, I like to play around with blues. I think I probably said something similar in the Ahsoka tutorial. Just to kind of make it pop. So if you do a blue overlay and then turn down that saturation a wee bit, gives it that almost silvery look without it being flat grey. Just makes it pop a little bit. See, that kind of works. And when you put the copper / gold down underneath, that will really start to pop out, and then you can just play between the two of them. So let's just name that silver. Then the last bit is to do those gold parts. Again, potentially, I think one thing that I could look at doing is maybe sort of see these areas here. I mean, I could make those, let's say, leather with silver on the top, just so that it gives a little bit of contrast. We'll see. I'll do these bits first and then we can make a decision. Of course, these bits are all good. That looks really good. You mean the blue for the silver? Yeah, it's always interesting with colour, especially when painting, because like you always want to kind of not use a tone of, let's say, grey, white, or black. Sort of El Dorado vibe. Okay. Oh, you mean in terms of the armour? Yes, I get what you mean. Is the princess in that? I'm assuming you're talking about the animated one with, is it Princess Kida? Who has got one of the most awesome designs I've ever seen. Just putting it out there. Had a massive cartoon crush on her when I was a kid. Which was funny because I didn't even actually like the movie that much. I mean, of course, it looks good at the minute, but it can still be better. So even after this, there's still quite a few more steps of colouring to go through. So the problem is, having had a bit of a break from this one, and not done the painted ones for so long, I'm a bit out of sync. But hopefully, just by nip and tucking everywhere, we'll have it looking good. So as long as we've got these base colours down before the break, I think we should be pretty good. There's that. And you start to see just how many goddamn layers there are again. They really quickly build up. kind of do a desaturated orange. The gold is always quite a difficult colour to play around with. So that's quite a nice vibe, but you kind of need to turn it down a bit. But that's just for the highlights. If I go with a layer over the top, do slightly darker orange, say orange, kind of a yellow. Put that as a multiply layer and just kind of play with these opacities. You start to see what I'm trying to get at. Perhaps even swap them around. That works. So with the multiply layer, of course, it changes the shadows to match the colour that you've picked, and it kind of makes it slightly darker, whereas the layer above it, being colour dodge, it only focuses on those highlights. So I find that those two together, see, obviously if you do it full, that's way too much, but then again, even further, if I put a really light layer on top, again, just play around with these. Honestly, it's just about pissing around, which sounds ridiculous, but see, those ones really push the lights, but it kind of also makes the darks not work. And that works in terms of, it does. Color dodge is awesome, but it's really easy to get it wrong. Let's say, like, people can really overdo it with a color dodge. See that? So quite a lot of values on that, but it's slightly too saturated. So again, probably what I'm going to do is I'm going to, well, first of all, group them, obviously. Let's call it bronze. The old trick of duplicating it. Get rid of one, put it down the bottom, just in case. Now this one I'm going to merge. If I go ahead and play in the saturation a wee bit. That's way too dark. It's way too light. Maybe we need to the thing, it's always kind of tricky getting this to look just right, especially with kind of like a bronze colour, because it has kind of those musky brown vibes. If you go too much to the yellows like that, it looks god awful. If you go too much to the reds, it ends up looking like leather, funnily enough. That's incredible. I love Star Trek. Oh, so close. Oh, totally ridiculous. So close. I can't tell whether you're trolling or you're serious. How you doing, bro? How's it going? It's fine. I don't normally... I just generally don't get triggered by that. I'm a troll, gotta live up to your name. True. True. Feel free to troll in here as much as you like. It's It's all good, friend. It's all good. Yeah, I'm just trying to get these values right. Because they're not quite popping for me at the minute. I think that's probably the best we're going to be able to do at this point. But Apple, as I said, right, every time, either I'm about to go through a break, or I'm about to head offline at the end of the stream. That's when everybody turns up. And Totally Ridiculous has just proved me right. But it's cool, we've got a few more minutes. So, what are we thinking, guys? Do you think... I think that's too saturated. But I think that can be brightened up a bit more, and it's probably going to work. And thanks for saying it's awesome, by the way. Appreciate it. This looks like you've modelled it with clay and it looks like a picture. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. How does that keep happening, though? I think the entire community is trolling me. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Totally Ridiculous. That we've been through this already tonight, but a lot of people say that, and it's all about the art process and how, you know, I do it. So hopefully one of these days you might see me start painting from scratch, and you'll be able to see how I actually do it to make it look like that. But I can quickly show you. So, hold on. In essence, I start with a basic sketch like that, just to make sure I've got all the body proportions right. I'll then put down really, really flat layers of really dark colour. And then to build that form, it's just a case of slowly adding grey on top of that, and then adding a little bit lighter grey on top of that as you keep going through, and then start blending it really, really nicely, which is a process which takes an absolute age. And just keep going until you reach a stage where everything looks almost as if it's made out of clay. In a way, you sort of make it clay first. It kind of works. You can see what I'm trying to get at. Because in essence, that could almost be... That's almost the same way as you would make a clay model. Because you're just adding more and more bits on top of it as you're going along. So obviously once I've done that, tonight I'm just at the stage where I'm adding the colour, which is cool. And I realise I've actually been working without a background for the entirety of this, but because I'm at an absolute numpty, let's line that up a bit. But yeah, so that's that stage more or less done. Did I make those? Colour? I can't remember. I've lost my train of thought, guys. What do you think about the hoops? Do you think we need to make the hoops the copper colour, or do we need to make it the silvery colour? And again, the more I look at it, the more I'm kind of thinking this middle bit here needs to be a darker leather. Just again to split up those colours a bit. I literally love how Ridiculous just pops in, makes a Star Trek joke, and he just leaves. The silver looks great. I mean, in terms of the hoops down the bottom here, do you think they need to be gold or silver? Come on. Come on. I didn't leave, I'm just deaf. Did you say something? Oh, okay. No. I was just talking to myself, man. It's all good. It's all good. It's just this goddamn counter thing tricks me all the time. Sometimes it says like there's one person in the chat when there's like 5, and sometimes it says there's about 10 when there's like 3 people. So I don't know. You want them to be silver. Cool. Let's go ahead and do that. Yeah, it says 1 for me, but there's at least 2 of us in chat. That's the thing, right? Plus if I have a look, I can't show this to you, but I'm just going to quickly have a look now because it will show me who's actually in the chat. There's actually 5 people registered as being in here. So, unless one of you is a bot, I have no idea. I'm not sure about this. I think that looks alright. Obviously the next step that I'm going to have to go through is a lot of the texturing. And once that's done, we can then start painting over the top of it again. But yeah, back to what we were saying. I've got no idea what the hell Twitch chat does. It never makes any sense. So I'm quickly gonna finish this off. We'll do these last 2 bits. Whoop. And then once I'm done with the lightsaber, I'm gonna head off for a quick break. Yeah, silver works okay. Again, I still feel as though this bronzy colour is bugging me. I can't tell why. Now it says 3. Someone is among us. No, mine now says 2. Let's have a look. Yep. Only 2 for me. There's too much. It's not a huge amount of difference, but it has brought out those highlighty bits a bit. Oh wait, I take that back. That is probably a good idea. Let's just get rid of that. Cool. And the final bit, which, thinking about it, actually no, forget it. Yeah, we'll just cut that out for the lightsaber. Make another quick layer, mask it over the top. Let's make that cool dark blue. I'm feeling multiply, it might be too dark. It is a wee bit too dark. See how overlay does. That's kind of cool. That works. And yeah, I'll tell you what, that's not a bad place to finish on for now. Guys, I think that's looking pretty good. Pretty good. So, that being the case, really Photoshop lagging now as well. It's not been a good night, is it? That being the case, I'm going to head off for a quick break, and I will be back in 15 minutes, if that is our rate. So, go take a break, go to the toilet, grab something to eat, drink some alcohol, I don't know, do what you guys have got to do, and I will be back in a bit. Don't cry. Don't cry. I love you all. I'll be back. Heart-shaped hands. See you in a bit.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I just
empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the
Man, this is an absolute belter of a tune. Welcome back. I've got some bread. That's why I'm late. Don't blame me. I'm a good guy. Good guy eat bread. Don't tell Twitch. Did everybody leave? Everybody left? Actually, 2 of you still here, and it's still saying that there's only 1. I need to fix this. I need to see if anybody else is having the same problem. Yeah, whatever. Let's keep going, shall we? There we go. I'm assuming nobody's speaking because 1, totally ridiculous is trolling me again. You know, just trying to get reaction, as you do. No problem, I appreciate it, I troll too. And Applehead's probably gone to the toilet or something stupid. I'm not one to judge. My way, me brother. Me brother. What is going on with the way, my brother? Everything happening with the way, my brother. Right, so that was the break. Give me a moment. Have this neat little. In fact, I'm just going to switch to full screen. I actually need to put more of these in here somewhere, but I keep a folder, and on my old computer I had absolutely flicking loads of them. Loads of them. I had like 100 or something stupid textures, which I use for all of my texturing. I've only got, what is this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on this one, which is kind of pathetic really. I need to build that folder back up again. And no, apples don't need toilets. I mean, I'm trying not to imagine what's going on. Yeah. No. You know what, I'm not even going to go there. I'm not even going to go there. I've seen you go to the toilet on The Sims, and that usually ends pretty badly as well, so yeah. You do you. You do you. You were worried then for a second, weren't you? Oh my god, what's he going to say? Is he going to say he's got cameras? Has he got cameras? Is he back there? Oh, I don't know, man. Maybe I'll send him a text and ask. Let's see. I'll put a message on the Discord just to check, see if he's back. Yes, he's back. Boy has found the way. Boy has found the way. And you know what? I'm a good boy. Because you know what? I was gone for literally 13 minutes, not 15. So, for anything, I'm early. Good job, Apple. Good job. You keep ridiculous in check. Make sure that he doesn't get any more ridiculous than he already is. Now, again, looking at this, I'm a total idiot because I probably should have prepared some of this a bit better before stream. But I'm so used to working on my old computer that I assume I've got textures and I forget that I don't actually. So I'm just going to quickly get up a leather texture. I was like, that was a quick 15 minutes, 13 minutes. It was 13 minutes. I was counting. Sure, this one will do. Hopefully that works. Right, so now it's just a case of going through each and every one of these goddamn things. So if we start with that leather. if I paste this in, you can see there, we've got a nice leathery texture. Alright, so, but it's only going over the top where we need it to. So if I create that clip-in mask, you can see it's only going over the top of these areas which are made of leather. And then quite simply, just resize it, twist it around a bit maybe, play with these angles. I also like to add just a wee bit of roundedness to some of them as well. Now if I was anybody at all and I was going really in depth with the texturing, I would probably split it up into smaller pieces and then do it like separately for each one. Because I'm a lazy boy, I don't feel like it. A lazy boy. And actually you want to get it big enough so that you can still vaguely see it. If you do it too small, you can kind of see that there's texture there, but you can't tell what it is. So if I then play around with this, whoop, you see something which might work. So if we go for, let's say, soft light, obviously that's made everything quite dark. That's okay, because if we turn that opacity right down, and of course we can play with the brightness and saturation of this. You can begin to see there's just little hints of texture going on there, which just adds quite a lot of dynamism to the artwork. And it's literally as simple as that. Again, you can up and down that opacity quite a lot. And okay, it's really cheaty, but it's a great way of just adding that those tiny bits of extra dimension, which is super cool. Again, it's just going to be a case of doing it with every single piece. So I'll paste another one in. Now this one I don't want to be exactly the same, so if I make that a wee bit longer, duplicate it, flip it and just move it over there. It's a really simple way of creating. You can see how big it is on these bits of of leather, but obviously on this one, just to mix it up a bit, I'm making that leathery texture much smaller. And the same again, just about giving it a little bit of movement. Just to round it off a bit. Just super cool. Again, playing around with these layers to see if we can come up with something which looks nice. I normally go for one of the, either an overlay, or most of the time actually a soft light. Again, if you zoom right in, and you'll actually, if you go onto somewhere like DeviantArt, or somewhere similar where you can see really high res artworks, and you look at them and think, God, how did they get so much detail? If you zoom like this close into those artworks, you can see they've more or less done the same thing. It's not that they've literally painted in loads and loads of detail. It's that they've literally taken a texture and really lightly put it over the top. And then when you zoom all the way out, you can barely see it, but you can tell that there's something going on there. So I like to go ahead and do that with every single layer, just making sure that the texture correlates with what I'm doing. And that's actually a really, really great way of doing metal as well, because, okay, you can paint metal really, really well. Ollie, do I sing? Oh, I wish. Absolutely not. My voice is horrendous. I only talk. Is this another troll question that I'm about to walk into a awful answer to? Or is it a genuine question? My voice is fantastic. Why, thank you so much. No, see? Doesn't work. He's broken. Fantastically bad, that is. Ah, troll. Yeah. See, making that joke, I lost another viewer. Jesus, guys. Just a random question, but I was curious. No, actually, famous story in my school. We had this, like, reward system kind of thing, where if you did good at a subject, you know, you kind of got a certificate to say, oh, you did really well in this subject, and did, like, for doing this. Blended singing, my dear, yeah. And, I got one in music class for singing, which was really bizarre to me, because I actually spent the entire half hour miming along with the music, because I was so paranoid about my voice. And the teacher comes over at the end and said, you really did well today. I'm going to write you this certificate right now and you can take it home. I was like, huh, I hope he doesn't invite me to choir or something, because I might just get found out here. So yeah, little random story. Don't know why I remember that, but you just reminded me of it. But just goes to show that I cannot sing. I know. And the thing was, I didn't want to tell the teacher, because I didn't want to break his little heart, because he's such a nice guy. But I didn't want to tell him, you're a fucking idiot. to put it politely. So let's get another one up. Get that, my collection is sorely lacking. I'm gonna have to Google another one. So yeah, if you quickly, I'm gonna switch this again. Literally, all I've typed in there is leather texture. Or you can type in leather texture seamless. And you get all these kinds of textury things. Some of them are watermarked and stuff, but you know, a lot of them are reasonably good. And they can give you quite a lot of depth in your work. I did used to do it on sort of like my early comic-y stuff as well, but it didn't work. But it was fun to try out, at least. So let's go with a fabric texture seamless. You can see again, you've come up with all these kind of weird and wonderful textures. I like the way you actually name your layers. My files are literally always a mess. I only do this on stream, so that I don't make a total ass out of myself looking through all the layers. When I'm just, you know, drawing something myself, it's an absolute mess. But as much as it would be entertaining, sort of, watching me struggle and like trying to figure out what the hell I'm doing because my layers were everywhere, it probably doesn't make great viewing. Especially on watchbacks. Let's see. I used to have some really cool fabric textures, but they seem to have been lost to time. And that's a bit denim-y, but I can't even see the nail. Christ, I can't speak. Layer names. That's okay. I can't see yours. Tit for tat. I'd assume you are on the phone. Although I know a lot of people have me on tablet as well. For whatever reason. Personally don't really know why you'd bother. So yeah, let's make that slightly bigger. Again, just gonna duplicate that, flip it, move it across, merge it, do it again. Just by doing that, you can really quickly make yourself a massive texture. And obviously the thing with this is, it's always better, whoop, peekaboo, it's always a little bit better if you actually turn it to black and white. So turn it grayscale more. I don't know how we can just see his helmet peeking out. So then you've more or less got what looks like a big old texture. Now, of course, if I then clip it mask it, obviously it looks a wee bit flat. Here's a neat trick, thank you. So I'm just going to quickly take the saturation of that right down so that it's black and white. And it's always nice as well just to play with that contrast, and I might do it via levels. Just to see if we can bring those dark bits really dark. Bit like that. And that way you've got the blue which has disappeared and it's not going to make any difference to the colour underneath. So it doesn't turn it, let's say, kind of like a really bright blue, etc. But also because I've turned up the contrast, it really starts to bring out that texture a lot more. So if I change this to, say, soft light, you can see exactly what I mean. So, again, if I zoom out, you can kind of see from a long way that there's definitely texture there. Now for me that's a little bit too... For me that is way too textured at the minute. That's not subtle at all. That just looks as though I've just gone over it. So, I will probably take it down to about 50, maybe less. Right. Again, you can see it's gone slightly more subtle, but you can see those little bit of texture in the back there. And again, what I always like to do as well, I'm just going to cut out some of these bits. Okay. With a transform, I can go to the tool at the top here. I always forget what it's called. Warp mode. Again, I can just add that wee bit of movement, that wee bit of shaping to various parts. And just round it off a bit. See what I mean? It's just making that shape look as though it's going away. See what I'm kind of done there? So we've gone from that to that. Again, really cool. If I then just select it, I can go ahead and I can do it to the rest of it as well. So we've also got these bits at the bottom here, so let's cut them out as well. Now these ones I might actually cut and put on a new layer just to see. Because I don't want it to interfere with the cloak at the back. I want that to be totally separate. Again, it's just about kind of playing around with this a bit. Just giving that illusion of movement. Now, of course, I'm working in a pretty big file size at the minute, so it does sometimes like to lag when I do this. Even on, like, I've got a ridiculously powerful computer, but even so, it still likes to lag. But again, you can see, just changed the movement of those lines of the texture, just to give it a little bit more. Make it look a little bit more natural, if anything. Again, I've kind of lost some of it on that side, so I'm just going to duplicate, move it over. Let's get an eraser, a nice soft one. Just get rid of it underneath. I think that's pretty good. So that's soft light and 45. If I merge those layers, of course it goes back to that, so I'm just going to soft layer it again and go to roughly 45. Now again, I'm not sure. I think it's not too bad on this area down the bottom, but especially with that top area, I still think it's a little bit too much. I'll turn it down a little bit more as well. Cool. Then again, of course, it's just about taking that final layer from underneath. In fact, being stupid, I might as well just do one at a time. Move it around a bit just so that it matches the shape. It doesn't have to be perfect. See, for me, I think that's alright at the minute. Let's go to the other side as well. In fact, honestly, if I undo that part, just because it's slightly separate again. Yo, Burbs, what's going on? How's it going? Welcome. Not seen you in a while. Let's copy that as well. Again, it's just about making sure that that movement is going roughly the direction that you want it to. just to stop it looking so flat. Doing pretty good, however. I am great. I'm really good, thank you. Really good. Nice chill day. Listen to a few podcasts. Now we're here doing this. Again, that layer underneath, I'm just going to get rid of some of those old bits. See, got a little bit of a gap there, so I can ignore that slightly. Yes, Burbs, we have Totally Ridiculous in the chat, and he is, as you would expect, slightly ridiculous, but we love him anyway. So much love. Are you working on anything tonight, Burbs? Wow, called out. You were called out with love, alright? It's fine. Not an issue. Ridiculous people are people too. You heard it here first. Here we go. Again, makes it nice and big. It's okay if you can't embarrass me with my art, you can do it like this. Yes! On to a winner, boys! And girls, clearly. So yeah, that's that. So, we started off with that at the beginning of the stream, and now we're on to that. Which is super cool. Actually, I can get rid of this as well, can't I? Whatever possessed me to do that, I don't know. But there we go. Goodbye. I think Apple's gone to sleep again. This is her cue to go, I'm alive! And one other thing I always quite like to do as well. I'm not working on anything at the moment. I have a few ideas and some drawings, but still thinking. Nice. Well, don't do what I do and have these great ideas, not write them down and then totally forget them the next day. I think it's my old age. Write them down so you remember. The amount of times I've done that, I've gone, that is a great idea for a drawing. I will do that, and then totally forget it. Try not to fall asleep at you ask. I'm alive! Thanks. Well, I mean, I kept Chansey up until 5 AM, 6 AM nearly. So I'm sure you can hang in there a little bit longer, considering it's actually quite early for you guys. Haha, I've started to write them down because I always forget. Yes. Yes, you do exactly what I said I should do and never do. The thing is, I've got a bloody whiteboard over there. I do so much goddamn art that I actually need to write it all down, but that's the one thing I never do. Because I'm a bloody idiot, children. Bloody idiot. So yeah, that's that one. What do we do next? For the robes, I'm probably going to go ahead and we'll look for a slightly different, slightly more soft texture. That works. But again, it's going to be exactly the same process. So, we're going to want that for the robes and probably for the red as well. So, just going to put that on there. I want this to be a little bit bigger. And again, it's that same process, just duplicating it over and over again, flipping horizontally so you don't have a line there, because that always bugs you up. Merging, duplicating, and repeat. But yeah, don't worry about the fact that this is totally green. It won't be for long. I know it looks a little bit weird in a minute. Merge that as well. Just duplicate it. Bring it up. Maybe one more as well, just so it's nice and big. So then we've got a texture, nice and sweet, that actually pretty much covers the entire image. Gonna turn that saturation all the way down. Again, I want those highlights to pop quite a lot. Maybe this time we'll try curves instead. Curves might work a little bit better. There we go, bring out those really light areas. It's a bit too much, but just try and make those dark areas pop a little bit as well. And you can see it almost looks a little bit chainmail-y, but it's kind of cool. So then we again clipping mask that to everything. And from there we can just take it. Maybe this time what I'll do is I'll just cut these separate areas out just so that I can do them all separately. It's a smart idea. Although saying that, I just quickly going to duplicate that one because I want to use the same texture for the red as well, so just put that in there. Carry on. Burbs, have you ever done grayscale to colour before? Cut that out. Cut that out as well. Get rid of this bit. Bye. Now if you wanted to as well, you could actually do all the movement before you create the clipping mask and before you put any effects on, just to kind of, again, you can almost more clearly see the movement that you're putting on it. See what I mean? I haven't done that before. Well, you arrived just slightly too late for the colouring bit, but the texturing bit is quite cool as well, so that's right. Again, just move it kind of outwards that way to again just give that rough indication that the cloth is moving sort of away from his body, sort of that direction. Again, it just kind of differentiates the two areas of cloth. Anybody new who just turns up and sees me doing this is going to be wondering, what on earth is he doing? Why is there awful looking patterns all over this painting? Again, going to use the warp tool. What on earth is this guy doing? This goddamn idiot. So that's kind of cool as well. Let's actually just look at the shape. Those kinds of needs to be a bit more like that, just so I can get that curvature in there. It's a fantastic question, totally ridiculous. What the hell is this guy doing? Why is he wasting his time? I need to use warp more often. Let's do the time warp again. I told you can't sing. No, it is a really useful tool. I used to find on my old computer it took up so much resources. Like ridiculous amounts. I'd be lagging for like weeks from one movement. Again, I can kind of bring it in there. So that kind of looks good to me. So now we merge all of those together, create the clipping mask, kind of see what I'm going for. Some bits are a bit big compared to others, but again, because it's going to seep away when I create it into soft light, again you can see. You see the way that, because I've changed that contrast and brought out those blacks, it's like really thick now. It actually makes it so that when you turn the opacity down, it doesn't stand out quite as much, but you can still see it. Okay, I think it's time to go now. It was great watching the process, but I'm actually tired now. See you, Apple. Have a nice afternoon nap, I think. Take it easy. Go to sleep. So again, if I zoom in too much, it's really thick. But equally, you kind of need to think of it as when you've zoomed out, how does it look? So, I'm going to bring it slightly up just so that it's still visible. Especially around these kind of areas. Another trick that I often use is I take the eraser, make it a soft brush, and then turn the opacity down to, let's say, 30-ish%, and then just any areas where it's way too textured, I can just get rid of some of it, and you can see really slowly. I like to do this sort of around the edges as well, just to give that added curvature, and I could probably do it on the cloak as well. So if I go around these edges, it just kind of softens it up a bit, especially around the highlights. Now, it doesn't get rid of it completely, but because you've turned that opacity down, you can just get rid of little spots where it's bothering you a bit. My tip is usually try and fade it out around some of those areas which have got light coming off them, because a lot of the time you can't see the pattern that well in the dark anyway. So again, if you zoom in quite close, you can roughly see what I'm doing. See what I mean? Like so. The more you go in with the eraser, it turns back into flat colour. You don't want it to do it too much, because then you risk actually getting rid of all of that work that you just did. With the movement, again, just take some of those highlights, raise them just a wee bit, maybe a little bit around the edge. So you can still see the texture, but the highlights just pop that little more than they did before. Again, let's do it with, maybe make this a wee bit bigger. Again, I quite like giving it just a wee bit around the edges as well, just to blend them out a bit. Because again, it also makes it still look like a painting. You haven't then just lost all of that hard work that you're doing, like to begin with, to try and make it look painted. Whatever is that? That's these down here, isn't it? So these don't need too much. And again, I think these bits here need... they're standing out a bit too much for my liking. So yeah, you can see when you've zoomed out, you've still got a load of texture there in comparison to what you had before, but it's just that little bit more subtle. So that's those two done. Let's move on to a little bit of red down the bottom. See, that's way too big, but you get the idea. Let's just cut out all of that. Let's get rid, guys. Let's get rid. So that fits there nicely. What's the actual size of this canvas? I work on, I think this is 3000 by 5000 at 300 pixels per inch. So for anything square, I would normally do, I think it is that anyway. I would normally do 5000 by 5000 for a square one. This one, because it's, you know, kind of portrait, I tend to go for 3000 across, just so that you're not then forcing your computer to do something stupid like 5000 by 8000. Because a lot of the time, especially with places like Instagram, you're not even going to see that quality anyway. But for printing, you're pretty much recommended to do at least 3000 pixels at 300 pixels per inch. Yeah. Fine, let's we cut this out and then do it. Yeah, that's one of those questions which not a lot of people obviously know the answer to, especially when you're first starting out. It's one of those questions where, because it's a technical question, you don't think about it in your head very much. So, and of course, some people don't want to sound stupid and ask the question. For me, I would say, if you want to know anything about any of the processes that I do personally, ask. Because, and the same with other artists, unless they are super huge, like, they'll answer your question. Because how are you supposed to learn? I had to find out. I mean, I was stupid and I you know, went through 500 YouTube videos and Twitch streams and all this sort of stuff and just picked up on stuff. If you want to know the answer to a question in regards to art, ask. No biggie. Especially in a setting like Twitch. Very chill. Had an issue in school where I didn't ask enough questions. I was the same. But, you know, it's something that a lot of people have to go through. It's almost a confidence thing. Yeah, you know, if you ever want to know anything about what I'm doing on any of these things, you know, you're more than welcome to ask the question. And if you ever do get that art Instagram out, you know, send me a DM. My DMs are like full. So just pop me a DM. I'll try to answer everybody. It's my own stupid fault. Like, yeah, be friendly to everybody. Then end up with no time for answering questions. But equally, as well, if you, I'm always on the Discord as well, so if you've got Discord, feel free to join. It is an artist Discord, but we have a sort of a tag which allows you to be just an admirer rather than an actual artist, which means we don't expect you to post any art or anything. So feel free to join in there, and if you've got any questions for anybody, then be sure to do that. Gotta go, it was nice to stop by. See you later. Thanks for dropping by, Burbs. It was fun. Nice to see you again. Hopefully see you a little bit longer next time. You've joined the Discord. Ah, nice. Cool. Good job, man. Right, I'm just gonna quickly take a little look-see. Ah, I see you. Nice. So, if you were an artist, I would say go ahead and introduce yourself in that section. You can still do if you want. Most people put their sort of their socials and everything in there. But of course you don't have to if you don't want to. Even so, when I'm done with the stream, I'll pop in, I'll tag you in a message in the lobby and just introduce you to everybody, and everybody's really nice. We get up to all sorts of weird and wonderful crap in there. So again, I don't want that to be too pronounced. Let's get the eraser tool again. Let's get rid of some of it. Yeah, so that's looking pretty cool. Maybe a little too pronounced, maybe go a little bit lower. So this is always the tricky part, is trying to get that opacity just right. Candice, how you doing? Everybody's popping in for just a small amount of time today. Love it. Candice, how are you doing today? I hope you're all good. And Candice, you are a part of the Sims crew. Saturday, same time as I always stream, we're going to be streaming Sims again. And it's going to be absolute chaos. Yeah, Candy Meat, totally ridiculous. Our resident, totally ridiculous guy. at the minute, we're just going ahead and texturing all of this stuff, which we've coloured. It's all good. Again, those gloves, I think I might go for kind of a leathery texture. It might be interesting. So it doesn't look like he's going snowball fighting. Let's bring that back up. Let's go back to... Don't even ask about what that is. That was something that Apple sent us earlier. That one looks kind of cool. Let's copy that. Again, I'm not going to worry too much about the complicated shaping, especially on the gloves. Just give it a wee bit of movement, just to kind of insinuate that it's somewhat stretched. Just round it a bit, maybe. Duplicate it. Bring it down there. Probably make it a wee bit smaller because it's a little bit further away. Candice, where did you go? Come back. Apparently she's still here. Let's merge it down. Get rid of that colour. Make it pop just a bit. I've actually just realised that this area down here needs a wee bit as well, so I'm just going to cut these bits out. Bye. Doing well. I had to work today, glad I didn't miss the whole thing. That's okay, no issue. No biggie. Like I said, we'll be back on Saturday with Sims, so hopefully because it's the weekend, we'll get a few more people in. But it's nice to see you guys anyway. It's nice that quite a few of you have popped in just by yourselves as well. I can't remember, Candice, were you here for any of the other streams last month when I started this one? I think you did pop in a few times. Let's change it to soft light. Again, take it all the way down. Also, for some reason, the chat is lagging a bit today from what the others said, so good only knows. So this is a 24-hour stream, right? Yeah, you fucking wish. Right, here's a promise, right? We get to 50k followers on Instagram, I will do a 24-hour stream. Go, promote away. And this is the one problem that you start to have, especially when I'm streaming as well. It's when you're doing so much with different layers, layer styles, etc. Photoshop starts to have a bit of a tiff. And it starts not wanting to work quite so quickly. Eventually, it will find its way back. How about 50 followers on Twitch, affiliate 24-hour live stream? But I think it's too soon. Half of the stream will be dead. Nobody will be watching. Nice idea. Maybe 500 followers on Twitch. 50 is a little bit too soon, I think. Plus I'll be dead. 50k, what's the difference? True. That is true. Can't bitch about it too much. It's close enough. I'm still not doing it though. My internet is doing the thing again. Screams! Screams! Damn that internet and that thing it does. Guys, my internet is not interneting. So, unfortunately, there's only one way around the whole lagging thing. And that is... I'm gonna have to merge some of these layers. Unfortunately, I'm pretty happy with what we've got, so... It's not too much of a biggie. No, Candice, no! I love how you're lagging so hard that, again, you're not actually... like, being shown as an actual viewer. How are you supposed to watch this fine specimen of a singer? Oh. That is a very good question. How are you supposed to watch this fine specimen of a singer? Only the gods know. I mean, what you don't know is that you see this music in the background. It's actually me singing. And I'm just a recording. Just gonna promote you as a singer, maybe I'll happen one day. Yes. The singing digital painter Star Wars nerd thing. It's a niche. Are you crying with joy? Are you crying with sadness? Don't be sad. Then I'll be sad. And then I'll cry. And then you'll cry. And then Totally Ridiculous will cry in the chat. Jesus. See? You see what you've done, Candice? You see what you've done? See what you've done? Even Revan is crying. Crying of all sorts connects people. True. True. My boy Star Wars Theory. Crying at Luke Skywalker in The Mandalorian. And he's a bigger man than any of the people who will ever take the piss out of him for it. My internet is internotting. Okay, in which case, we make the tier even bigger. I'm just going to keep it like that for now. I'm going to steal that later. It was a good one. It was a good one. I appreciate the occasional good one. See, merging them layers has made this quicken up ridiculously already. did the leather as well, didn't I? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Hey guys, welcome to the stream. Today we're going to be merging layers. Thank you so much for coming. I hope you learnt a lot. My name is Ollie. This has been my Twitch stream. Thanks. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Totally Ridiculous will make us all famous, Candice. Don't worry. Gotta believe. Now. This is actually a texture I already have, which is useful. So, I always like to use this kind of dirtyish metal. Just because you can get the really clean looking metal textures, but they, when you put them on, they don't look like metal anymore, so. See, the problem now, Candice, is I don't know if you're laughing at what I just said now, or what I said 30 seconds ago. So. Rasterize that. Rastaman. Rasterize it, man. So yeah, again, the same thing. I'm not going to do too much shaping on this one. He says, and then proceeds to shape it. How are you, Ollie Draws? Maybe my internet will let me hear your response. Maybe not. I am very well. Thank you, Candice. Thank you very much for asking. I would say how are you, but I feel as though I probably asked you that earlier. I don't remember. What I was asking you was, were you here the last time? And I'm speaking to you as if you're simple, rather than just lagging. Were you here the last time we did Revan, or? I don't remember. It was a while back. So yeah, again, I don't want any of that kind of blue-ish tint to muck up what I'm doing here. So I'm gonna again turn that all the way, saturation all the way down. Again as well, I'm gonna duplicate it because I'm gonna want to use this texture later as well. Fair few times actually. Let's go ahead and change the layer style. Again, you can kind of see gives that nice rustic looking metal texture. I quite like it with the vivid lights because I can then take it all the way down. It just gives it that kind of almost rusted look. I heard finally and no I wasn't. Well, you're not. We had 2 whole streams. No matter. No matter. You're here now. That's what matters. Auto power. Again, that's kind of cool. One more time, I'm just going to take this big old soft brush. The opacity's already down. And I'm just going to get rid of some of the edges. Slowly. There's some edges in the middle there as well. And again, if I turn it off and on again, you can kind of see what I'm aiming for there. Just adding that wee bit of texture. So again, I'm going to keep duplicating this layer because I'm going to need it for several layers. Just go ahead and apply it to the silver. Again, neat little trick. I'm just going to do that. It already has the movement that I applied from last time. Yeah, it's about figuring it out. Again, let's play with those layers. Again, vivid light I really like. Like, for me, overlay on this kind of metal just makes it pop too much. It's almost too bright. Soft light is not bright enough. It's alright, not too bad. Vivid light really brings out those dark areas, so even if I was to take it down a bit, it still really looks like there's some solid gaps there. Again, I might just duplicate it so that these areas down the bottom here look a bit nice. Yep, that looks good. So vivid light 41. Let's merge those. Just gone back to the way it was. And we'll put vivid light 41. Cool. Again, that eraser, just get rid of some of these edges. Some of those little bits where the highlights, we want them to pop. So again, you can kind of see when you zoom in the texture. You can see, like, when you zoom right in, and you'll see this on all of those super rendered pieces of artwork that you see on ArtStation and DeviantArt. I've made a little mistake there, I've not put that there, but you will see that they are all pretty much like this to varying degrees. And it's just a trick of the eye to make things look more dynamic from afar when you zoom out. But yeah, definitely, if there's a real sort of like a painted piece of art that you see on those kinds of websites and you really like the look of it, my recommendation in order to learn is actually zoom right the way in. Because when you zoom the right the way in, you can see that half of the time when you zoom in, it doesn't look anything like as good as it does when you've zoomed out. Just briefly, I need to merge those. It's better. I don't know how I missed that. Takes notes. You better be taking notes. See? I might look totally stupid, I might sound totally stupid, and I might say totally stupid things. I think that's pretty much it. I just realised he's still crying. And again, people new in the stream are going to be wondering, why is Darth Revan crying? It is for Candice's internet, guys. It's for Candice's internet. F in chat. RIP. So again, that's cool. I think bronze is ready to merge, so is the silver. Nice face. Who's that? It's Max Lol. I don't know who Max Lol is, but sure. See, this is the problem. Because I've spent so much time in creative streams, I've got no idea about half of the memes that go on Twitch in terms of the gamers. So I'll look at like loads of these emojis and just be like, what the fuck is going on? Where is my Ugandan Knuckles meme? Emoji. Ugh. Anyway. Let's move this up. Cool. So actually I'm going to need another one of them as well. So in fact this one I'm going to put roughly there. Let's make it a wee bit smaller. Bold of you to assume that I actually know the story behind it and just didn't use the suitable lol face. What can I say? What can I say? You may have known it. I didn't want you to feel as though, if you did know it, I was doubting your intelligence of this kind of stuff. For all I know, you're always on Twitch. It's better to assume somebody's intelligent and then realise they're stupid, rather than assume somebody's stupid and then them totally f*** you up because they're super intelligent. Again, life lessons according to Ollie. Feel free to write "stop chatting shit, you stupid Englishman" in the chat if you want to. Let's take it slightly down. Again, you can see, like, is the tear gonna stay on the final piece? Nah. I mean, I could just release a joke one with the tear on it. I mean, it's on a separate layer anyway, so I mean, I could save both. You know, I could post this as the actual one, and then next to it have, "This is the tear from Candace's internet," and nobody, once again, would have a clue what I'm talking about. Yep, so the last bit for this. Take your time, dear. You probably couldn't see that, but it's fine. Again, I always find that overlay just... it's just too much colour. I'm basically 84. I never know what's going on the interwebs. That's okay. The older we get, the more stupid we get. It's okay. Or the less we care. I'm not quite sure which one it is yet. So again, for me that is brightening it up a little bit too much for my liking. So I'm just gonna turn down that brightness. Turn up the contrast a bit, so we don't lose that nice edging that we've put in with the shading. Which works pretty good. What do we think, guys? What do we think? So, earlier on, what did we start with? We started with that, in essence. So that was the beginning of the stream. And we're now up to there. Pretty sure that's a pretty good day's work. I mean, he does look kind of cool in grayscale, but yeah. Again, I'm quite happy to merge these now, just to save my computer from having a total meltdown. And lastly, the last bits that we need to do, we've done that as well, to do the rope and the lightsaber. Of course, you can see on the lightsaber it is actually a really smooth metal, so that's always the tricky one. If it's a really smooth metal, it can sometimes be a bit of a ball ache. I missed part 1 and 2. Did you do this only in grayscale initially? Yeah, so the first 2 streams the first stream was me putting down the initial sketch and then putting down the black and slowly building up using grey. Okay, so give me a second. Like I showed you before. So in essence, that was the first stream. Okay, in essence, putting down that basic shape and then just going over with what was pretty much a hard brush, like so, on quite a low opacity, and just sort of even lower, just kind of bringing out those kind of layers, just to get that really, really sort of bright light in, and doing it really, really roughly. And in the same way, you could then colour pick just like that. So the second stream was more or less blending all of this together. Again, just trying to get that shape slowly moved in, adding some darks where need be. You see what I mean? Like, if you keep on doing that, you can see just in a few seconds I've added so much shape there. So after a full stream of that, got to this kind of state. Then finally, that part there was when I started to add soft brush. Okay, so you can kind of see, if you look at that, that's still very plain and flat. Right, you can still see all of those brush strokes still there. Okay, if I then add those soft brush strokes, see around there, for example, and around the edges here, just helps add that movement in. Again at the top there, so again, for example, if I clip this on, take some darker tones, take a soft brush, and kind of just fill in and add some movement just in those darker areas. Maybe take it up a bit, do the same thing, some light areas, but not doing it too much because I still want to keep, you know, that kind of painted texture underneath. So it's all about just doing those highlights here and there. Again, you can kind of see there just how much shape and lighting that's kind of done. Hype! Hype, 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 hype. Feel free to clip that. So yeah, once I've done that, got to this kind of point, lots of nice lighting on the metal. Of course, some of it disappears after you do the colour, but again, it's all a process, and I need to go back and do some more especially lighting. Shading isn't too much of a problem at this point, because the way that I colour it really brings out those dark colours and that kind of stuff. But I always like to go ahead and do a lot more in the way of lighting afterwards. Clipping isn't available? Really? Well, I mean, I can clip myself. maybe it's an affiliate thing, because I know I was unaware of this, but you can't actually give bits until somebody reaches affiliate, which people kept asking about, and maybe clips are the same. I know emojis and whatever are only for affiliate as well. It's a bit of a bummer, but we're nearly there. Considering there's only been, what, 7 streams, 34 followers isn't too bad. I think. Now, have I been a total idiot? The silver... yeah, it's on that layer, isn't it? So what I'm probably going to do... I'm just going to cut that out from the silver layer. Put on its own new layer, bring it down there. Because I want to treat, at this point, the lightsaber as one object. Again, merge it. That way, I've got the entirety, and that makes it again a lot easier a little bit later for me to light it. Actually, I like the colour on the piece, but you can see the lightsaber there is much cleaner. So that could be a bit of an issue. Maybe if I play with this bit. No, not like that. Let's go with the curves again. Let's have another look at curves. I think that works a bit better, doesn't it? That looks a little bit more silvery. And equally, in the meantime, just check those values. I think they're alright. For now, might go into levels and see if I can bring those darkness just down a little bit. Create a dashboard preference channel enable clips. I'm pretty sure I've gone through all of that stuff already. I'll have a look later. But I don't see why I would have disabled them. I'm going through the preferences like all the time anyway. I need to go through it to check the analytics and everything. So, but I will double check it just to see. Thanks for the heads up though. So that kind of works. Now, like I said, I'm not quite sure what I'm going to do in regard to the texture with the lightsaber. Well, let's bring it up. Let's see. See, this is the problem that you have with metal textures, is these kinds of textures make a really big difference. Can you see it? Yes, you can. These kinds of textures make a really big difference. This kind of smooth texture, you can barely see it. Really doesn't make a massive amount of difference when you're actually applying them. So let's try it, and if it doesn't work, quite often I just leave it. Quite often it's like a case by case thing. I mean, it's got a tiny little... That's one thing you do need to be careful with. You've just got a tiny little... what's it called? Watermark there. But quite often you end up not really being able to see it. But it gives you kind of an idea. For example, right now you can't really see it. Again, if I was to go over some of these edges with this eraser, soft eraser, looks pretty good. Also going to do it around the top here, and you can barely see it. Obviously the real question is, has it actually made that much of a difference? A little bit, not a huge amount. Just raise some of it around this darker area here as well. Yeah, I think that's alright. Now, we've got 15 minutes left. So, we can do... Actually, I've forgotten the rope. So that will kill some time. And we could try and get like a rope texture. Who knows? Let's see if that even exists. Let's be an experiment. Rope texture. Apparently it does. Apparently it does. I don't like them. They're all really close in, which is bizarre. That might work. And again, it might not. Actually, that one might be better. Let's see if there's anything better. Oh, Shutterstock. I'm totally not stealing your stuff. Why would I do that? Good boy. That's quite good. That works. So I just kind of want to have, let's say, bring this to the very front, just to get it out of the way. Let's just go ahead and erase a lot of this. So, take the hard eraser. I just want to kind of get one kind of rough piece of rope. Now, my previous piece I did actually not bother with this step for my Boba Fett. I actually just painted the entire thing, but considering we're texturing, I feel as though This is a nice little experiment. It might not work. It might look totally awful, but if we don't try, we don't know. So we've got our rope there. Let's bend it up. Do the same on the other side. Bring that bottom down a bit. So again, this is quite cheeky, but why not? Why not? But of course, if you don't teach people the tricks, then how are they ever going to know? So that's kind of cool. If I move it all the way back down here, let's attach it to there. For me, I don't like that end bit. Let's see. Again, just nip and tuck it a wee bit. Then it's just about playing with it. Of course, I was an idiot and I didn't turn the saturation down. Once you do that, there it is. Some cool texture. Again, I don't want it to be too pronounced. I want it just to be subtle. Again, it's surprising what big difference that actually makes. Damn zoom. So, without width, I might take it even further down. Because even that is quite a big difference. Then, as before, we'll take the eraser, soft brush, turn our opacity down. Let's just get rid of some of these side bits, just to help those little bits highlight, pop. And that is that. If it lets me. There you go. How good is that? So, we have that, which is cool. Another little trick, which I always quite enjoy, is if I duplicate that grayscale layer, which is underneath, and move it to the very top, I can then, because I've already done a lot of this sort of like hard work with the where I want the lighting, I can go ahead and I can just play around again with these curves. So I can make those dark areas quite dark, the light areas really light. And if I then play around with these effects layers, you can come up with some really cool sort of just little lighting effects. Again, just it's all about that experimentation. You see, like, really bringing out some of that shape again, just by playing around with it. And just making that movement pop again. And this is why it's really, really useful to always kind of keep copies of your old layers. Don't delete any of this stuff which you've gone through and you already used. If I wanted to, if I felt that everything was too bright, I could duplicate it again. Switch it to a multiply. Bring it right the way up, and you can see those dark shadows suddenly become really dark. This is also a really cool technique. For example, if I wanted to give, let's say, a bit of colour, I could colorize it. See, that adds so much light, but only to the bits where it actually is light. It's almost like a rave. I'm not going to do that yet, because I don't see that there's much point. Again, you can just play around with this kind of stuff. Let's say he's in a nightclub with loads of green lights everywhere. He'll just bounce. We can just play around with all this sort of stuff. But no, I'm going to leave it at that for now. But again, it's a cool little tip in case you ever need it. Because again, you've already done all the hard work. There's no need to go and start painting in more light. Of course, with this one I am going to start repainting in some light, because I want to be really precise where I put it, but I learned so much about Photoshop this stream, thanks. You're welcome. I'm glad that it helps. But again, like, that's the thing with painting with Photoshop is, I don't know how familiar you are with it, Ridiculous, but getting to know how to paint and getting to know Photoshop are like two totally different things. You could be a master at Photoshop and not know how to paint. You could be a master at painting and not know how to, you know, enhance stuff with Photoshop. So hopefully, you know, checking in on some of these streams, you'll get to know little bits of both. I mean, that's the hope anyway. So, and again, if there's any sort of techniques or anything you ever want to go through, you want to learn, same with you, Candice, obviously, like, let me know, because I'm more than happy. Yes, look, I'll tell you if I don't know how to do it. 100%. But again, now you're in the Discord as well. If you want to know how to do anything, or we want to go through an experiment with some stuff on stream, then by all means, let me know in the Discord and we'll do it. Because that's what it's there for. We all want to learn, we all want to get better. My art, compared to a lot of people's, is trash. I'll happily admit that. But what I can give you is an ugly face, a great singing voice, and I can pretend to teach you stuff. But yeah, I think we are gonna call it a day there, because it's pretty much the hour. Quickly. Yep, so we're gonna do that. We're gonna call it a day. I will be putting stories up on Instagram tomorrow, because on Saturday night, like I said earlier, we're gonna have the Abominable Sim stream back again, and it's gonna be fucking chaos again. What are your other talents or hobbies, you know, other than drawing and singing? I can play football, soccer. That's pretty much it. Oh, and I can make cocktails. Because, you know, who doesn't love a singing, drawing, footballing bartender. Love to do that on stream. You can actually see behind me. Where is it? There they are. You can see my cocktail shaker right there. And my... Where is it? See that bottle? White bottle with the words on it? That is my flair bottle. Where I practice throwing bottles around and not breaking them. Oh, wait, what? I'm still here. I'll wait. That has to be on stream sometime. Bar flares, yes. I have had the thought, but yeah, no, this room isn't big enough for it. I'll end up breaking a window. I'm happy to say that I came bottom of the class in bar flare. Not bottom, I think like third bottom, something stupid like that. My merciless internet won't even let me enjoy the last few minutes. Wow. Alright. Well, it's been a pleasure as always, guys. Candice, in 20 minutes when you see me say goodbye. Goodbye. Totally ridiculous. Thanks for chilling out, man. It's been awesome. Hope to see you in next time as well. We're going to go through and we'll get back to painting some of the highlights and all that sort of stuff on this. And like I said, on Saturday, every couple of Saturdays we're going to do a game stream. This Saturday we're going to do The Sims, which is something which has been sort of, you know, it's a roll on from previous streams. Saturday is the next stream. No, not tomorrow. No, not a chance. Just Sims on Saturday. Yeah, bro, because I need to get on with my own art. Chat lag. Cool. Anyway, I'm back for the last one. For God's sake, Mina. I needed you here earlier. Stop letting my analytics down. If I go below a certain amount of people, I'm never going to reach affiliate. Just whilst you're here, Mina. Don't worry. This is where we got up to. Okay? That's it. Cool. Thanks for turning up, guys. Have a great evening. And I will see you on Saturday for the stream. For the Sim stream. Peace out.